starters in this competition from 25 nations. And I certainly won't be putting a bet on who is going to come out on top. It is such a tough competition. So many top-level competitors have made their way here to Flinge, to this beautiful arena we see ourselves in here today. Flinge Kunstgård is an ancient horse ground. In 1661, the world's oldest national stud was founded here. And today, Flinge is one of Sweden's 3 national equestrian centres, housing 5 different high school and university level equestrian educational programmes. We are incredibly spoiled with the facility they have here for us. There are numerous areas for vaulting warm-up. Indoors, there are outdoor riding arenas and plenty stables as well. It was a little bit wet earlier in the week, but it has started to dry up and looking sunny outside as well, which is much better for our competitors. They don't have to travel too far from the warm-up. It is just from the other side of the back arena, but still much nicer when the sun is shining. And we are looking at the compulsory test today. And all the exercises will be assessed using the same criteria for the males. So harmony with the horse, body control and posture, the quality of the movement, balance and flexibility. And each competitor has a specific start time which they will come in to compete at, and it is very unlikely we move ahead of that time. So if you have someone you're looking out for specifically, they will come at the allotted time. However, I advise sticking with us for the full morning. You don't want to miss it. In first for Denmark, we will have Esther Bech Rasmussen. She'll be one of 3 Danes representing here in Flinge. We also have 3 competitors from the USA too in this first group, Emmy Yang and Killen Gaffuri. And then we will also see 3 from Canada coming in as well, Ryan Bracken and J.D. Fluitt. Now we will have a break halfway through this competition, and that will be after vaulter number 30, who is representing Brazil. That's Manuela de Paula Souza Chade. And we will resume after that break. It will be around about 11:30 for local time. But so much to come before then. We have 8 judges again here for the junior females, sitting in the same positions as they sat in for the male competition. 25% will be on the horse score, and the other 75% of the score going for the execution of the exercises. So the technique score will be from those 6 judges. Now, as I said, with 56 competitors, who to look out for? Definitely everyone. Of course, historically, the world title is reserved for Austria. So we'll see if our Austrians, Clara Ludwigs, Antonia Meyerhofer and Katharina Feldhofer, can keep up that tradition. Switzerland, they have 3 here. Germany have 3, all with good medal chances. 1 for France. Georgia Varisco for Italy, Nora Sandberg-Muller. She's the choice for the home nation representing Sweden. Strong American talent here as well. It is very hard to choose. And we are very excited to get this competition underway. And entering the arena, we have Esther Bech Rasmussen along with Emmy Yang. Esther representing Denmark alongside Sunday Song with Lasse Christensen on the lunge. And she is sharing the horse here with Emmy Yang, who represents the USA. Lasse, of course, a well-decorated lunger. Esther, just 14 years old. This is her first individual championship, but she was part of the team, the squad in hurling Last year for Denmark, they got the silver medal in the nations team competition. And there's a little bit of a hesitation in between her exercises, whether she's feeling the horse or just thinking about what yet to come. Of course, there's no specific points for or against that within the judges' score, but they do want to see a fluid test. And the build up and build down of exercises do come into the scoring from the judges. So far, so good though for Esther. Some good energy in both of her flight exercises. Not 100% in the handstand, but a good turn in the forward swing. And just losing that balance through her upper body. We saw the heels move first in her stand. Again, we're looking for a 10 from these athletes in that stand. And a little bit out of harmony in the landing from her first part of flank, but a very good start for Esther Bech Rasmussen from Denmark. We will move swiftly on without a break in the compulsory test. Emmy Yang representing the USA. Also 15 years old. So in the flag exercise, we're looking for that nice big box, which we saw there from Emmy. We're looking for the arm and leg to be aligned with the horse's spine. And we're looking for elevation of approximately the top of the vaulter's head. We do want their chin to stay above their arm as well. Slightly late in the turn on her first part of scissor, but excellent height. And again, a very well executed backwards scissor. And a solid stand, albeit a bit of a lean back in the upper body. And great height once again in the first part flank. And both girls happy to have started their competition here in Flinge at the FEI Junior World Championships. And Sunday Song and Lasse doing a very good job. Lasse from the middle of the circle, Sunday Song nice and far out on the circle. We'll wait for the scores for the girls to come in.
Next we have for Spain, Marta Simón Álvarez and the horse Bendis. We welcome also the longe Teresa Garcia.
And once again, all the scores will be confirmed after the competition has finished. However, our live update shows us 7.255 for Denmark for Esther Bech Rasmussen. What a great start to this World Championships. We're already in the sevens. I remember the order of go here has been a draw yesterday at the Chef to Keep meeting. So completely random as to who comes in when. And we have our Spanish competitor entering the arena, Marta Simón Álvarez. And she will compete on Benbis with Taria Garcia on the lunge. Our only Spanish representative in this competition, 17 years old. So once again, we are looking for the harmony with the horse, especially throughout these first few exercises. And then in between the dynamic exercises that come later on. That is the most important. Managing some good height on her scissor, but just losing it a little bit on the way down of her forward scissor, landing heavy on the horse, and we saw a bit of a reaction from the horse in the first part. Whether that put her off slightly for the backwards scissor. It was quite a off-centre landing, unfortunately, in the backwards scissors. And just lost a little bit of confidence. We can see the pad has moved to the outside, and Benby's struggling a little bit, just dropped into trot there. That'll be affecting the horse score. And finishing up with her first part of flank, Marta Simo Alvarez. Representing Spain with Benby's and Teresa Garcia on the lunge. Benby's having a few little moments there, partially due to the heavy landing. This was the first one we can see just upset the horse slightly, reacting to the vaulter. It comes off the horse score and the vaulter score as well. And again, just the outside landing, and then there's a lot of energy there. And we can see from the horse's reaction with the quarters out, just not loving the heaviness of the exercise there, which then distracted a little bit coming into her stance. So unfortunately that'll come off the horse score, certainly for the trot and the reaction to the vaulter, but there will be a deduction on the vaulter score as well for the execution of the exercise separately. And we're still waiting on the scores for Emmy Yang to come in. But our next competitor will be from the USA.
We will see her perform on the horse Diamantino. Holding things together on the launch, we will see Cornelia Radats.
Gillen not due to start until 9:41. So it's likely that we will just hold for a couple of minutes to make sure that we're running on time for the judges and for the competitors in the warm-up as well. We're very honoured to be here in Sweden. They have put on a great event so far, and these 6 days of competition are just going to be so much fun. This is only the third time Vaulting Championship has come to Sweden. We had the World Equestrian Games in Stockholm in 1990, and then the European Championship in 2009 in Malmö. And now, for the third time, and with 3 championships, we have returned to Sweden. It's going to be quite the week as well. So the FEI World Championships for juniors, which we have underway this morning. And we have the FEI World Championships for young vaulters starting tomorrow morning. The first ever World Championships for our young vaulters, which is very exciting. And of course, the FEI European Championships for seniors will start later on this afternoon. So I hope you've booked the week off, because you're not going to want to miss any of the action.
I remind you that we welcome next.
Now each competitor here has had to qualify to come to the FEI World Championship. So the qualifying scores for our vaulters here was a 6.5. So all of these vaulters have achieved a score of 6.5 in a CBI over the last year and a half in order to qualify for the World Championships. And now we welcome into the arena Kylan Gaffuri with Diamantino and Cornelia Radatz. So the German combination that Kailin has teamed up with for this competition.
And Diamantino is the name of the horse, and Cornelia Radatz, the launcher.
Kailin is 18 years old. She did compete at the Junior World Championships in 2021 in Le Mans and finished in 22nd position. So looking to improve on that finish at this World Championships. And she placed 6th at the CVI in Ermelo in the junior class, and then 2nd at the CVI in Woodside in the USA. This is her first start on Diamantino with Cornelia Radatz. Lunge line a little bit loose, we can see as the horse comes around as well, just slightly turned to the inside. It does depend on how the judge sees it from their angle. Obviously our camera is a totally different position from the judges. Super flexibility through her mill, just a little bit uneven in her sitting position. Again, although it's a flexibility exercise, the seat is the most important thing we are looking for in that mill. And great height through both turns. The backwards scissor not completed to 100% when she ended up facing forwards. It's the only thing I could pick up from it, and a little bit fast there down from the stand. Solid when she was up there, but the build up and build down, they count as well. And once again, a lovely fast swing up all the way to the handstand, piking down slightly incomplete once again, and with a little bit too much pace for perfection. But that was a very nice, solid first compulsory round for Kailin Gaffuri of the USA. And we have a score update for you now. Emmy Yang of the USA, 7.431. So she takes the lead so far, and we have an alteration in Esther Beck Rasmussen's score. 6.807 is the total score.
Next we have from Great Britain, Millie Jesset and the horse River of Time. On the launch we'll see Susie Kusick.
So next up, the first of our 3 British competitors, and that will be Millie Jesset. She'll be vaulting on River of Time, lunged by Susie Kusick, 15 years old. Millie was part of the British squad in hurling at the Senior World Championship last year, and also competed at the Junior European Championship as an individual in Kaposvar, and finished in 16th place. She finished the CVI Grootebrugge in Belgium in 2nd place, and the CVI Lier in 3rd place this season. Nice height in her hips from the jump force. Nice smooth start here for Millie. And good energy with turn in the hips, not quite up to the handstand we've seen from some of the competitors in the first part. Again, nice height in her backwards with a good turn. We could just see it through her upper body in her stand. Very, very small. And a gentle first part of flank. A good start for Millie Jessett, representing Great Britain with Susie Cusick and River of Time. From the jump force, very good. We've not seen any of our females yet executing that stem phase in the mount, which is much more difficult. You might see that later on in the competition. There was a stand that you could just feel a little bit of a lack of balance, very, very small. And the support team standing in the kiss and cry there. Scores in for Kylan Gaffuri from the USA, and she goes into second place so far, 7.001, just behind Emmy Yang, also of the USA. Emmy currently is our leader, 7.431. And now our first representative for Canada, Ryan Bracken, and she will compete on nugget, lunged by Michelle Kuhn. Ryan teaming up with a Polish combination for this competition with Nugget and Michelle. Ryan, 17 years old. This is her first individual championship. And obviously Nugget already has been in the male competition with Jakub Rogowski for Poland. Always nice as a vaulter to know that the horse has been in already and done a very good job. And once again, some nice jump force, good hip height up and over the handle in the vault on. Just possibly a little quick on one of those legs. Could have been a time vault. And good elevation through both the swinging exercises. Just that little bit of loss of balance on the way up into the stand, which will come off the build-up score. Lovely height on the first part flank, not quite all the way up to the handstand, but nice and gentle. Again, looking at the harmony of the horse as the most important factor. That was a very nice start to her first ever individual championships. Ryan Bracken representing Canada with Nugget and Michelle Kung. And the score for Millie Jessett, 6.931, so into the third place so far. Marta Simo Alvarez representing Spain, 5.274. And the next to go will be also representing Denmark. And we will just wait for the official start time for Wilma Baden-Askbo, who will compete on Hornbeck's Crixus with Alan Laudrup. And we have plenty still to come here for you this morning. We are 6 vaulters in, 50 vaulters to go. And just a reminder of our judges. At A, we have Karina Ingelsson from Sweden. At B, Susanna Masarykova for Slovakia. Craig Coburn sits at C for the USA. Rob De Bruyn for the Netherlands at D. E is Frédéric Petrou for France. Jochen Schilfarts for Germany at F. For Austria, Doris Notter at G, and Michaela Guznar for the Czech Republic at H. So for Denmark, Wilma Baden-Askbo, 15 years old, and also her first championship. Just reacting very slightly after the vault-on exercise. Alan Laudrup sorting that out from the middle. Again, some good elevation there. Just a little lack of control on the way down from the forwards turn, landing more heavily on the horse. A slight wobble on the way into the stand. Nicely held again once she was there. So minor deviation from the build-up of that exercise. And once again, good flight in her first part flank, not all the way to the handstand in order to achieve the 10, but good elevation and nice and gentle on the way down and into the dismount. And the horse settling somewhat throughout the test, was looking a little bit agitated here in the beginning, and we saw that after the mount, as well as a little bit with, there we go, the tail swishing through the flag. So there will be some deduction from the horse score due to that slight agitation of the horse on the circle. That aside, a good test for Wilma Baden-Askbo for Denmark.
And next we will see J.E.
And the score for Ryan Bracken from Canada, 6.642. And that takes her into the 5th place so far.
So we know, just an instant, JD Fluet from Canada.
And we will see another Canadian coming in next, JD Fluet. JD, 16 years old. And this will be her first individual championship. She's also part of the Canadian junior squad, which we'll see later. And she competed in Tryon at the World Equestrian Games in 2018 as the flyer on Team Canada. Now here she enters the arena with Johanna Huert and Vegas de la Valle. And this is her first start with this horse and lunger combination. Combination coming from France. The horse just not quite wanting to stand still for the salute. And the entry, salute and trot round is part of the horse score from judge at A and judge at E. Combined with the lunging, it makes 15% of that horse score. So just a minor deduction for the horse not wanting to stand straight there on entry. However, every little counts here. 56 females and only 20 will make it through to the final freestyle on Saturday. So all of our females compete again. On Thursday, they will do their first round freestyle, and then there will be 20 who get to go to the final on Saturday. And the level of our juniors has just improved and increased so hugely over the last few years. The quality, even to get here to represent your nation across the board, is very, very high. JD just losing the balance slightly in her flag. It's always difficult working with a different horse. Of course, she has come over and done some training with this combination. But it's not quite the same as using your horse from home. She is working nice and smoothly on top of Vegas de Valle. I think some apprehension going into her stand. I mean, we saw that in her body language, unfortunately. And then coming off from her stand exercise. So unfortunately, that will lead to a stand score of 0 because she came off. And she will be so disappointed that she couldn't just squeeze on that little bit longer. It had been looking really nice, albeit slightly hesitant on the way up. She had got into a nice stand, and just once again, it's so difficult coming over and working with a different partnership from what you're used to. It takes a lot for these competitors, especially at junior level, to come here and compete at a championship anyway, but even more difficult for those who come and have to borrow horses, whether it's planned or unplanned. It is always a bigger challenge. And we are so glad that we could see JD here representing Canada. Again, she still has a freestyle round to go, and she has a nice freestyle, just couldn't hold on to it as soon as that second foot had stepped onto the croup of the horse. Really disappointing for JD, but we will see her again as part of the junior squad later on.
is the launcher.
Now score for Wilma Baden-Askbo from Denmark. She moves into 4th place so far, 6.918. And we move to our first and only representative in this junior female competition from the Czech Republic, Elizabeth Resslerova. And she will compete with White Magic Bohdan Ressler. One of the younger competitors in this class, just 14 years old. And this is her first championship. Yesterday we had the vet check in the morning and then the official training. So each horse had 4.5 minutes in the main ring here for acclimatization. And there are that many horses. We started at 9:30 and didn't finish until 8:30 p.m. Very nice high jump from the ground. She could have just held onto that basic seat for slightly longer. Again, we're going to watch her feet building up into the stand. Solid from the feet, and then we just saw the balance lacking slightly coming through the upper body at the end. And a nice finish. Some very good compulsories in there. Elizabeth Resslerova from the Czech Republic. That was a lovely start for the young vaulter. I'm sure we have a lot to see from her to come in the future. Definitely one of the best heights in the vault-on that we have had so far this morning. We see the score from Wilma Baden-Askbo. 6.914 into the rank 4th. And definitely some differences looking through there. JD's scores, obviously the technique scores much lower because of that 0 in the stand. We can compare A and E, they're the horse judges. And they're looking pretty even there, 6.585 from A and then 6.855. Very nice and even from both the horse judges. Similarly, technique scores nice and even across the board, and that is the benefit of having 8 judges here. We have 8 different nations, very impartial. You get a really good idea across the board. And it's good for the judges too. Afterwards, they can reflect on how they were based. Not that it makes a difference, but it's always nice to see. And we are now welcoming Belgium. 2 competitors from Belgium on the same horse, Fantastic Glory, with Conrad Vergouwen. We have Janne Calibert and Amy van Damme. Very nice to see the vaulters in their national dress as well. The colours of Belgium coming through on those uniforms there. And Janne will go first. 17 years old. And this is her very first championship. And once again, we saw a small reaction from the horse after Jana did the vault on, due to that heavy landing of the vaulter to the outside. Nice line through her flag. Once again, I feel like it could have been held just for one extra stride. It's so difficult when these vaulters come in and the pressure of the competition, and they just want to get it all done. Very nicely up into the first part scissor. Landing off center in the backwards. That side though, the extension through her back, definitely above 90 degrees for me. That was a really top scoring backward scissor. And a very nice stand. A little bit heavy again. Some more control on the very final pieces of that first part flank would have just topped off that exercise. But that was very, very good. And we will move directly on to Amy van Damme, 15 years old, and also her first time representing Belgium at a championship. We just saw a little bit of that jump force lost as her leg came out through the vault on, not managing to achieve the same height as some of the other competitors had. The potential was there. Struggling just at the end of the flag with her balance there, and her hand touching onto the mane of the horse, which again will incur a small deduction. Fantastic Glory coming around nicely now on the circle. You can see turned in very slightly as the horse comes around this end. Straightness being one of the criteria that the judges are looking for in the A1 part of their score. And creating some good energy into the first part of flank. Not quite reaching the handstand, a little bit premature with her piking of the hips. Again, a very harmonious test from Amy van Damme. Belgium have been working very hard. They have 3 individuals here at the FEI World Championships for vaulters, juniors. Forward to seeing the scores for Jana Calibert and Amy van Damme from Belgium. So current leader is Still Emmy Yang, 7.431 for the USA, and Kailin Gaffuri, also for the USA, currently in second. 7.001, and then Millie Jessett sitting in third place so far, 6.931.
Also from the United States, let's see now, it disappeared from my screen. Amy Yang.
And here on our screen we see Elizabeth Resslerova's scores. 6.693, she is in the 6th place so far. Once again, horse scores looking very even comparatively. And the exercise judges pretty much all agreeing as well, which is very nice to see. And next we will have our 12th start in this female competition. Loot Altmans will come in the first representative for the Netherlands. And if we compare to our male competition, Sam dos Santos, he was the leader this morning. He totaled 8.027. So plenty of competitors still to go here in our competition. Our current leader in the females, 7.4. So there could be a little way to go with the competitors still to come. We have many, many nations still to see. Still got 3 to come for Germany, 3 for Switzerland, 3 for Austria, 2 for South Africa, 2 for Ukraine. But now, our first competitor for the Netherlands, Loet Oldmans, with Damme and Jinte Pierik. Loet, 16 years old. Did compete at the Junior European Championships in Kaposvar last year and finished in 36th place. That was on a different horse. In the main this year, she has been competing with this combination of Damme and Rian. She's been competing with Rian Pierik, but competes here with Jinte Pierik. It was a good effort into the swing. However, a delayed turn in the first part of scissor. Not quite making the seating position, landing in that backward seat. Well, come through the backwards scissor. And just a bit of tension in her stand. You can see that from the top of her shoulders all the way through that little bounce from her heels. And a good start to her competition. Loet Oldmans, 16 years old, representing the Netherlands with Damme and Jinte Pierik.
Thank you, Loet Oldmans from the Netherlands.
And we can see Jinte working from the center there on Damme to make sure that he was as even and regular as possible and staying out on the circle. We have been looking fairly good this morning. The horses all enjoying this arena here. The score for Janne Calibert on our screen right now, 6.716 into the 6th place so far. 7.3 the one horse score, and this is Amy van Damme. Judge A doesn't have a score right now. That will be corrected. And still Amy Yang of the USA with the score to beat, 7.431. competitors to enter the arena now, representing South Africa. Isabel Huitner and Jenna Blau. And they enter together with Cornelia Radatz and Diamantino. Isabel just 14 years old. Jenna also just 14. Both girls competing at their first championship representing their nation. Of course, we've already seen Diamantino and Cornelia Radatz in earlier with Kailin Gaffuri. Competed at both the CVI in Kaposvar and Stadl-Paura this year. See that Diamantino is being lunged off the cavesson on the bridle. You can do this, or you can have the lunge line attached to the bit on the inside. Either is acceptable in the rules. Isabel just popping up through her knees to stand, not quite holding that bench position. And a lovely set of compulsories for Isabel Huitner from South Africa. Jenna Blau. First place at the CVI Midrand in South Africa this year. Very nice jump force in the vault-on. Quickly with each leg pass in her mill. Sitting very nicely on the horse. Good turn from the first part of scissor. Very good start for Jenna Blau as well. Very harmonious above the horse again. A borrowed horse from Cornelia Radatz for this competition for both girls, who've done an excellent job on a horse that they are not used to. So much potential from these two vaulters from South Africa, Isabel Huitner and Jenna Blau. Exciting enough today. Who knows who's going to come where? We'll wait until we get to the freestyle round. We're going to have such a fantastic time watching all of these exceptional vaulters perform in their freestyle tests. So, final score thus far, Jana Calibert from Belgium, 6.717. Amy van Damme from Belgium, 6.279. Some excellent horse scores there, 7.3, 7.2. They'll be very pleased with those scores for fantastic glory. Loet Oltmans for the Netherlands, final score for the compulsory test, 6.393.
Next, we have competitor
Isabel Hutner, who we just saw representing South Africa, 5.820, putting her into the 11th place so far. Now, the first vaulter in this competition representing the home nation, Sweden, Olivia Nylands, with quarterback Herup and Daniela Fisbeck. "17 years old. He is part of the Swedish senior squad who competed at the CHIO in Aachen this year and placed 15th at the Junior European Championships in Kapeshwar last year. Once again with quarterback Herup and Daniela Fisbeck. Extension through her mill. And just a slight arch in her back on the way into the scissor turn, but so nice and gentle through both forwards and backwards scissors. Super solid in her stand. Once again, very gentle, first part of flank, bit of an arch in the swing, just having to use her back to help with the creation of her height, but she did manage to get nice and high up towards the top of the handstand before piking. So we should be seeing some good scores for Olivia Nylands from Sweden. Sweden have 3 junior female representatives here at the FEI World Championship. And now we see the score for Jenna Blau from South Africa. 6.469, taking her into the 9th place so far.
She performs on Quentin Bruce, and Una Pekala is the long jump.
And once again, very even across all the judges. Judge B very slightly lower on that score. And that is 15 vaulters so far that have competed. Plenty more to come. Emmy Yang still leading the pack there for the USA. 7.431. However, Olivia Nylands has gone into 2nd place now for Sweden. We just saw her compete. Provisionally 2nd place so far, 7.262. And that moves Kylan Gaffuri for the USA into 3rd, 7.001. Only 3 females currently scoring above that 7 in the compulsory test. And now for Finland, Ida Vesterinen with Quentin Bruce, and lunged by Una Pekala. Years old. Nice and smooth so far, nicely through both scissor turns. Just a little hesitation on the way up to stand. And a good first part flank to finish, marginally off towards the inside. Their very first championships for Ida Vesterinen, representing Finland with Quentin Bruce and Una Pekala.
Now for Slovakia, on Casey and vaulting horses lower to Andrea Barci on the launch.
So the score for Olivia Nylands from Sweden, 7.262 into the 2nd place so far. Very nice horse scores from Judge A and E. That was for Daniela Fisbeck and quarterback Erup. So just 14 to go until we will have a short break so that they can prepare and tractor the arena. 56 individuals is a lot to do in one go, so we will split that up so that we can make sure that the ground is prepared nicely for the horses for the second half of the competition. Next to go, representing Slovakia, Tara Jurasova. And she is vaulting on KCM vaulting horses Lord, lunged by Andrea Larksey. She is just 14 years old. This is her first individual championship. She competed this year at the CVIs in Kapellskär and in Samarin in preparation for coming here to Flynge to the Junior World Championship. Watching the horse, we are looking for the straightness, collection, connection, impulsion, rhythm and relaxation. Certainly KCM vaulting horses Lord is looking nicely relaxed. It was a good height from the first part of scissor from Tara. Solid stand, not looking the most confident on the way up, but doing a great job of standing when she got there. Legs could have been slightly closer together at the top of that final first part of flank. But a super compulsory round for Tara Jurasova from Slovakia, just 14 years old. We have so many young junior vaulters in this class. The potential for the future is huge. And to have achieved their selection score and the FEI score to get here at such a young age is amazing. So look out for Tara, certainly in the future.
Our next participant represents France, Austrian on the horse Barrington.
And scores for Ira Vesterinen, 6.778. That's the 7th place so far. Once again, pushing up towards those higher sixes. Great horse scores, a little bit low on the judge at D. Possibly something happened coming around to that side of the circle that Judge D didn't quite like as much as he might have. And that is the beauty of having 6 judges. Each has a different vantage point, so they will pick up on different things. So albeit there will be some adjustments in scores, some slightly higher or lower, it really depends on what they see from where they're sitting. So you can't get anything past these judges here. They'll see it all. They're so well spread out around the ring. And so representing France, Ocean Gehan, with Marina Dupont-Justin and Barrington. Ocean, 16 years old. Ninth place at the Junior European Championships in Kapellskär last year. Winner of the CVI Lier in Belgium this season.
For the Netherlands, on the horse Honorato. Nicole Selberger is the longer in this case. Thank you, Anu.
Again, one of our younger competitors in this class, just 14 years old, but not a stranger to championships. She was part of a team Germany, Team Fredenbeck, in 2021, who won gold in the squad competition at the European Championships. Super high inner vault on. Marginally off center from the basic seat. Apart from a little bit too heavy on her landing, that was a really nice first part scissor, very clean backwards. We're going to be looking at another top scoring compulsory test. A little step back, that's just going to knock some points off the stand score. Beautiful first part of flank and dismount. There were some excellent compulsories from the 14-year-old from Germany, Mira Louise Krone. Just a very mild step of her foot. It's only small in the stand, so that will have an effect, albeit not too large. The rest of the compulsories were really top quality. And you can see just that outside foot was never 100% planted, but a superb finish. And we have a change at the top of the leaderboard. After 18 vaulters plus have competed, Oceane Guéhan from France. We saw her excellent test very recently, 7.501, straight into the lead. Top horse scores, top exercise scores. And that pushes Emmy Yang of the USA into second place on 7.431, and Olivia Nylands from Sweden is holding on to the third place so far, 7.262. Now we have Pinja Neikanen from Finland with Laki and Anni Järvelä, 17 years old. And she competed at the Junior European Championships in Kapellskär last year, and then was part of the Finnish senior squad at the Senior World Championships in Herning. First place at the CVI in Finland this year. She's working really well in harmony with Laki. First scissor wasn't quite into the handstand completely, but still well turned and smooth through the backwards, taking her time now into her stand. A little bit apprehensive. And again, maybe fractionally short. However, the feet were planted. And a pretty nice first part flank to finish her compulsory test here in Flinge. Pinja Niekanen representing Finland with Laki and Anni Järvelä. We have 3 Finnish junior females here, and that was the second, and we will see 1 to come later on in the competition. Score for Anouk Bangamu Aracheci, 5.782. Remember, she had a bit of a struggle with the horse there. We see that reflected. 4.8 from judge at A, 6.3 from judge at E. So definitely a slight difference in the horse score. There we go, Mira Louise Kröner, 7.073 for our first German representative, straight into 4th. Just imagine where that could have been without that minor problem in her stand. And we will go to Great Britain. We have 2 competitors, Romilly Hayton and Caitlin Mitchell. Now they have teamed up with Christina Ender and Iggy, a German combination for this championship. We have Coach and Lunger on the kiss and cry. Romilly first to compete, 17 years old. She finished 19th at the Junior European Championships in Kapeshwar last year. This is her first start on this horse, starting again with some great jump force for the vault-on. Super height for the first part of scissors. Again, apart from a little bit off center on the landing that we could see from our angle, a lovely set of backward scissors. And comfortable through her stand. Lovely elevation for her first part of flank. Very good start to her competition here in Flinge. That was Romilly Hayton representing Great Britain. Next we have Caitlin Mitchell, 15 years old. And this is her first individual championship. Also part of the British squad that we will see later. Just a little bit of a turn towards the horse from her hips in the vault-on. Nice swing through the backward scissors. Bit of a late turn in her forwards. And comfortably, once again, through stand. Always difficult when it's a horse that you don't compete on normally at home. But once again, a lovely finish for Caitlin Mitchell from Great Britain, along with Iggy and Christina Ender. And they were the second and third of 3 representatives for Great Britain here at the FEI World Championship for juniors.
So we are there again, running just a tiny little bit ahead of the schedule, and let's give them time to prepare in the preparation area. At 10:58 we will see the next competitor. This is just about 2.5 minutes.
So just a reminder, Ocean Gehan from France is currently leading us here in Vlinge. 7.514 is the top score. Emmy Yang in second for the USA, and then Olivia Nylands for Sweden. But Pinja Nikkanen, her score on your screen just now is 6.586, 14th so far for Finland. Very nice score there, and we have Romilly Hayton for Great Britain in as well already, 6.652, and that puts her into the 12th place so far. The judges are very much in agreement across the board there. A 7 and a 6.7 for the horse scores. Nice and even between judge at A and judge at E. So 23 competitors now we have seen. 7 more to go before we have a short break. Ardily here, we are just waiting for the official start time for our next competitor, who will come from Italy. It is Maria Sole Martinai.
Seconds away, and we will be welcoming, competing for Italy, Maria Sole Martinai on the horse Nova, and Michela Caligari is the longer.
No. Maria is one of 3 representatives for Italy, the first Italian junior female that we will see this morning. And also the youngest of those 3. Once again, only 14 years old. So a lot of years left in this junior class here. So representing Italy alongside Michela Caligari and Nova, Maria Sole Martinai. And this is her first championship. He completed CVIs in Italy, Switzerland, and another Italy this year. Top CVI finish this year so far was 6th place at the CVI Bern. Lovely first part scissor. Not 100% coming into the backwards seat on landing, but that aside, a really superb exercise again with her backwards scissors. And one of the most confident stands that we've seen in this junior female class. Excellent finish. Once again, mildly fast, just in the very end of the pike if we were being very specific, but that was a really nice compulsory test. There is so much potential in these Italian girls, and there's potential all the way through this class. So many strong contenders, but that was a great start for Maria. Now, albeit we do the compulsory test to music. The music's not scored, it's merely for enjoyment and something the vaulter likes to move to, something that reflects well for them, for the horse, something they're comfortable with to start off their competition here. So it's fun when we see a little bit of personality come through in the compulsory music as well. By the time we get to the freestyles, and the music is much more an impression of the score. Now, Caitlin Mitchell representing Great Britain, 6.615, 14th place so far. That's a good start for Caitlin Mitchell. And she comes in just behind Ryan Bracken of Canada, who's currently in that 13th spot, and Romilly Hayton just ahead for Great Britain in 12th place. And now representing Poland with Nuget and Michelle Kuhn, Roxana Naumuk and Anna Skozek. Roxana, 17 years old. Roxana represented Poland at the Junior Europeans last year, finishing in 12th place. She has competed at CVI in Ermelo, Stadlpaura and Samarin this year. On just a little bit lower than some of the jump forces that we've seen, looking at the level of the hips compared with the back pad and the surcingle. Good turn on the way up, slightly off the handstand from the first part scissors and landing not completely turned. Very nice stand. And very gentle on top of Nugget. And once again, nicely up in her first part of flank, just missing the very top handstand and a bit fast coming down with her center of gravity. We move on to Anna Skoziek. great flexibility and extension. Forward swing exercise just a little bit lower than some of the other females we've seen. Good height from her backward swing, and just losing that balance on the build-up and struggling in her stand. That's unfortunate. That will be quite heavy, with a penalty for both the build-up and then that little bit of unsteadiness in the stand. That aside, was again a nice smooth test for Anna Skozek and Roxana Naumyuk from Poland with Nugget and Michelle Kung. And Nugget often scoring very well in the horse score. It will be good to see what the judges made of Nugget's test.
Get back in 2 minutes.
And that's where we saw that bit of a loss of balance, just struggling, and then had to squeeze so hard. You can see it through her upper body. Never moved the feet though. She worked hard to keep them firm on the back pad, which is an important base of support from what the judges is looking at. Now, Maria Sole Matinai, 7.287, third place so far, an incredibly good score. And look at the exercises, they are right on up there. Judge F, 7.8. Jochen Schilfarts of Germany loving that test. Here we go, Roxana Naumyuk from Poland, 6.889, into the 9th place so far. We're talking about scores for Nugget there, 7.15 and 7.37. So some nice scores, not huge scores, but still very, very good. 25% of the score for the horse. And let's just go back to that 7.287 for Maria Sole Matinai from Italy, putting her into the 3rd place so far. Just 14 years old, she did an excellent set of compulsories. And she is in 3rd place, just behind Emmy Yang of the USA. Emmy holding on there, 7.431. She's been there since the start. And then Ocean Gehan, our current leader, 7.514.
Welcome the next participant representing Sweden, Nora Sandberg Müller, and the horse Feel Good. On the launch,
and our next competitor will be coming from Sweden. The favourite for the home nation, Nora Sandberg Müller with Daniela Fisbeck and Feel Good. Nora competed at the Junior European Championships in Kapeshvar last year, finishing in 18th with a different horse and linger combination. However, this year she won the CVI Ermelo and placed 4th at the CVI in Bern. kept it height with her hips right and up over the surcingle. All that was missing was the stem phase. It was just a bit out of harmony in her pelvis through the basic seat. Through her first part of scissors. Just incomplete and sitting backwards at the end of the first part scissors. Very nicely turned in the backwards. And well up into the handstand. A little bit premature with her pike and a bit heavy again. Now we're splitting hairs, looking at the most points we can possibly get, or from the judges' point of view, where can they take points off these vaulters. Very nice start for Nora Sandberg Müller from Sweden, with Feelgood and Daniela Fisbeck. One of the better jump forces, albeit a little bit arch in the back on the replay. Seating position could have been improved in her mill, with her upper body, shoulders facing in each direction as she rotated. A very well held, confident stand. And definitely a good start for her championship bid here in Flinge.
From Slovakia,
Score for Anna Skocek from Poland, 6.715. So that was her in the 13th place so far. Again, some nice horse scores. 7.4, 7.1 for the horse. Representing Slovakia with Martin Vavacek, and in investment we have Emma Duzanova. Slightly more interesting compulsory uniform, with nice lines down either side, though, for the judges to give optimal marks to. Once again, there are no rules specifically on the uniform for compulsory or freestyles, albeit they have to be form-fitting and soft material. But certainly when choosing compulsory outfits, we try to make it to the benefit of the vaulter, to help the judges give us as many points as we can. Just a minor hesitation in the stand. This is doing a really nice compulsory test. just 16 years old, representing Slovakia and competing at her first championships here in Flinge. A small alteration in the Slovakian individual presentation here in Flinge. Emma had indeed been the reserve, but was able to step in and compete here. With a lovely set compulsory. Nice turn on her first bar scissor.
And now coming up, two participants from Brazil, Clara Cerves-Tremblay and Manuela de Paula Sousa Chade. They will perform on the horse Leo, and in charge of the lunging, Michelle Arcori.
Now once again we have a small change at the top of the leaderboard. As we see the scores coming in. Nora Sandberg Müller for Sweden has popped into third place so far. 7.423. Only just behind Emmy Yang, who's still in that second spot for the USA. Okay, two more before we have a very short break in order to prepare the arena. And we are going to Brazil. We have 3 in total Brazilian junior females here. Just brilliant representation. And we are happy to welcome Clara Cerves-Tremblay and Manuela de Paula Sousa Chade into the arena. Clara is the first to go. She is 18 years old. Clara was part of the senior squad at the World Championships in Herning last year, and also competed at the Junior World Championships in 2021 and the Junior World Championships in 2019. We're competing here with Leo and Michelle Arcori. Leo and Michelle from Germany. And once again, this is the first start for Clara on this horse. She's working very well with Leo. Once again, considering that harmony with the horse as the top criteria for our judges. A lovely start to her competition here at the Junior World Championships for Brazil. And then we will move on to Manuela de Paula Sousa Chade. 16 years old. And this is her first individual championship. Great swing. A little bit heavy on the landing. She wasn't fully turned. And again, nice in the backwards, just stilting a little bit on the turn. And standing very comfortably on Leo. Lovely first part of flank. And a great compulsory round for Manuela.
Thank you, Clara.
And Michelle Arcuri and Leo, along with Clara Zervez Tremblay, both representing Brazil here at the FEI Junior World Championship. Now that concludes just over the first half of our junior female vaulters here in Flinge. We still have another 26 to compete. And very easily everything could change on the leaderboard within that time. As it stands, Ocean Gehan for France is in the lead, 7.514, then Emmy Yang for the USA, second place, 7.431. And then Nora Sandberg Muller for Sweden on 7.423. But there is so much talent yet to come. There we have Nora's score on the board one more time. She is in third place so far for the home nation. They will be hoping that she can hold on to that. 26 remain to be seen. So Emma Dudanova from Slovakia, 6.806, a brilliant result.
And currently on third place we have from Sweden Nora Sandberg Muller.
Once again, some really nice high horse scores for Emma, really challenging coming in after being the reserve for Slovakia and doing such a good job when she was in here in the ring. Just a few more scores to come in from our first grouping.
7.514.
However, we will be taking a break and we will return with the next competitor at 11:34. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the FEI Junior Vaulting World Championships, and we are in the middle of the junior female compulsory test. We have had an exceptional morning of competition so far. 30 competitors have already performed for our judges, and we still have another 26 to go. Storming into the lead so far, Oceane Gehan for France. She is followed by Emmy Yang for the USA and Nora Sandberg-Müller for Sweden. However, there is so much quality in this class and so much quality still to come. We still have to see 2 girls for Germany, 3 from Switzerland, we've got 2 from Ukraine, 2 more from Italy. They just keep on coming, so stick with us for the second half of the junior female compulsory test competition here in Flinge. And we had the scores come in for Clara Zervez Trombley in the break there for Brazil, 6.215. And Manuela de Paula Souza Chade, also for Brazil, 6.568. Now, first to go after the break is another representative for Slovakia. Sona Janigova. She will compete on KCM vaulting horses Lord with Andrea Barksey on the lunge.
Let me give you just a reminder of the current standing so far. As
we are just awaiting the final preparation from our judges in order to restart the competition.
From the United States, and in the lead, Oceane Gehan from France.
Now we are seeing 8 compulsory exercises from our athletes this morning. And 6 of the judges will be judging the technique scores of those exercises. 2 judges are on the horse score. 25% is what the horse score is worth. Which can make a very big difference to the standings. Now, fortunately, most of the horses have enjoyed the arena this morning, and they have been going very well, making it nice and comfortable for the athletes to be able to perform the way that they have trained for over the past few months and years leading up to this championship. And we're honoured that we are able to hold it here in Flinge in Sweden, a triple championship for the first time, making vaulting history with the FEI World Championships for juniors and young vaulters and the FEI European Championship for seniors. And that European Championship will start later on this afternoon. We have a full day of vaulting today. The junior squads will compete their compulsory test for the World Championship at 2:30 p.m. after which we have the senior individual male compulsories and the senior individual females. The young vaulters don't start their championship until tomorrow morning. Male class earlier. First thing this morning we had the males compete their junior compulsories. Sam dos Santos taking the lead, a clean lead. He sits on 8.027 in the overnight rankings, first place, followed by Ben Lechtenberg for Germany on 7.671. And then Baptiste Terrier for France, currently holding the 3rd position in the male competition, 7.502. However, currently we are halfway through the females and it is very exciting. 26 remain to go. And we kick back off after the break with Sona Janigova, representing Slovakia, with Andrea Barksy and KCM Vaulting Horses Lord. Years old, and she competed at the Junior European Championships last year, finishing in 24th place. Making the mount that she needed to for this competition. It'll be interesting to see how the judges scored that. There was a very strong delay of her right leg going up. Definitely a training exercise, not quite worked out in competition, but it's really difficult to go between the two. So that certainly will heavily affect her score for the vault on. Energy in the swing, just a little delay on the turn. Nice and solid through most of their stand, leaning under her toes slightly, we saw just as she came around past our camera. Nice finish for Sonia Janigova for Slovakia. So it will be interesting to see what the judges make of that, given the issue with her mount, her vault on. The rest of the exercises were performed very neatly. Here we see it once more. It's a real delay and contact with the side of her leg on the side of the horse. So we'll leave that one up to the judges. Now, very exciting. Next, we have 2 representatives from Ukraine. One coming in after the other. But first, we will see Polina Shovkova. She will be competing on Rosenstolz, lunged by Laura Carnabucci. These 2 girls make history as the first 2 vaulters to represent Ukraine at the vaulting championships. And unfortunately, they did have to change their preferred horse not long before the competition, so they haven't had too much time to get to know the combinations that they will be vaulting on. However, we're very excited to have them competing here at the FEI Vaulting World Championship for Juniors. Years old, Paulina. Really nice flexibility. Sitting fairly well on Rosenstolz. Very nice flight. Small delay in the turn. Legs marginally wider than the optimal. But super smooth. That was an excellent test from Paulina Shovkova from Ukraine. Very good flight exercises. The most marginal wobble in her upper body in the stand. Not quite the same jump forces we've seen from some of the other female competitors. However, as an overall picture, very good harmony with the horse. And some nicely high scoring exercises, lovely extension and elevation through her mill. It'll be really exciting to see her score at the first championship.
And also from the Ukraine, Katerina Panasenko on the horse Johnny.
Okay, so we will be sticking with Ukraine for our next vaulter. There on the screen right now we have the score for Sonia Janigova from Slovakia. But Katerina Panasenko also representing Ukraine with Kevin Monius and the horse Johnny. Katerina also just 15 years old. Some nice energy on that front swing, just delayed in the scissor turn itself. Great height on the backwards, achieving around about 90 degrees from the back height. And missing a little bit of the balance and harmony in her stand once again. Johnny was not her first choice horse combination, but she's done a very good job of those compulsories for us this morning, representing Ukraine. Kevin Monius and Johnny. Here, a replay of the flag exercise. We can see slightly out of alignment with her arm over towards the inside of the circle rather than the horse's mane. There we had a nice central scissor turn with good back height. With just that little bit of a wobble in her stand. And we'll wait to see what the judges made of both the girls from Ukraine. And now representing Denmark, Josefine Vedel Sondergaard Nielsen. She comes with Tofois Giletto Lieto and Anna Hagen Hansen, representing Denmark. 15 years old. And she placed first at the CVI in Grootebrugge in Belgium this year. Second at CVI at Flinge last year. She was also a member of the Danish squad in Lier at the CVI in 2022. Great jump force. Wow, that was a very, very good compulsory round for Josephine, representing Denmark. Just 15 years old. Certainly one of the best jump forces in the vault-on. A little bit turned out throughout her flag. Here we have the vault-on. And then super flexibility all the way throughout her mill, and then her flight exercises, both very, very well executed. Certainly look forward to seeing her score. On the replay, it could have been more turned in the first part, and almost leaning back in the stand. We can be a lot more picky on a replay though than we can be live, or certainly than the judges can be as well. We'll wait and see what they made of that. One of the nicest is the first part's flank I think we've seen from Josephine. Well, we will wait to find out what her score is. We are going to move to the first of our three Austrian representatives, Clara Ludwigczek, and she is coming into the arena with Klaus Heidacher and Domino. Clara, 16 years old. She finished 7th at the Junior European Championships last year. Won the CVI in Stadelpaura this season, and also the CVI San Giovanni in Marignano in Italy. Austria are the world junior female title holders. They've always won it. Well, for the first time, this stem phase from one of our junior females in the mount, albeit assisted by a tap of the foot on the croup of the horse, which will incur a bit of a deduction from the mount score. smooth first part scissor. Slight delay in the turn. Excellent. And incredibly gentle backwards. Not much to take away from her backwards. A little wobble in the stand. That's going to be costly at the level that she wants to be at. And another beautifully soft first part of flank. That was a nice start from Klara Ludwigsek from Austria. It was a little bit of a shame that she had a loss of balance in her stand, albeit very marginal. Depends what everyone else does, and it will be interesting to see how the judges score the little bit of assistance that she gave herself from her foot in the mount. Here we see it. It really didn't make a difference to where her energy was going, so a much more mild deduction than if she had put a lot of weight in it. Her center of gravity was definitely already moving up and over the handle. So we're looking for another big score definitely to come from Klara Ludwigsek. So now for Finland. Papu Alanko with Kazoro Leon and Amy Niederström Alanko on the lunge. 16 years old. She competed last year at the Junior European Championships in Kapellskär. Slightly delayed coming into the backwards seat. Her upper body was more so still facing forwards, which certainly shows that the turn wasn't complete in that forwards scissor. Solid base throughout her stand. And a little bit of an arch in the first part flank, helping with the gaining the height. Nicely up towards the handstand. That was a good start here at the Junior World Championships for vaulting from Papu Alanko from Finland. And it is all happening now at the top of the leaderboard. There has been a change. Josephine Vedel Sondergaard Nielsen has taken the top spot, representing Denmark. She has taken the top with 7.577. So new leader, perhaps not for long, as we have Mia Klöge coming into the arena with Diavolo of Farms End and Hendrik Brühl. Mia, 17 years old.
And the horse is Diavolo of Farms End and Hendrik Brühl is the launcher.
This is the first championships for Mia representing Germany. She did compete with this combination at the CDI in Lier this year, finishing in second. All the way to the handstand, completely fluid in the forwards, and it had been an exceptional backwards, just losing the centre of gravity to the outside on the landing, and then that little bit of a bobble on the way up into her stand. And a nice swing in the first part flank, incomplete in the pike phase in comparison to some of the other girls that we saw. Josephine Vedel, Sondergaard Nielsen and Clara Ludvigs, both of them had an exceptional first part of flank. So definitely a nice start for Mia Kluge, but I would say it will leave her with a little bit of work to do to get all the way up towards the top of the leaderboard over the next 2 tests. Looking towards the top of the leaderboard, every little bit counts there. We just lost her balance, whether she was still thinking about the landing of the backwards turn. It's so hard in that situation to just move on and focus on the next exercise, especially at such a high level competition such as this. And another change towards the top of the leaderboard. Clara Ludvigsek, we have her score for Austria, 7.553. She goes into second. So currently Denmark in the lead, Austria second, and Ocean Gahan for France is in third, all on 7.5. 7.5 the score to beat for these 2 girls from Switzerland, Mara Hofer and Naomi Licky, both competing on Nashville Grandia Z, and lunged by Rita Blisik. Mara Hofer first to compete. "17 years old, and she finished 6th at the Junior European Championships last year. So looking for an improvement on that 6th place finish. Was on a different horse last year. She was competing on Forever du Chalet and has changed on to Nashville Grandia for this season, competing in Ermelo, Bern and Villa Santa. Clean and gentle start. slightly moving out of harmony towards the end of her mill. Straight into handstand. Only partly turned in forwards and just struggling with that landing from a high backwards scissor turn. Will be costly in her backwards scissor score. Once again, we're focusing on that harmony with the horse first and foremost. And just a touch of movement in her feet from her stand. A good start from Mara Hofer for Switzerland. So again, I think not quite enough to take her all the way to the top of our current leaderboard. And now Naomi Lissi. Great energy. Not fully complete in the turn by the landing. Excellent hip height and backwards turn. And a more solid stand as well. Great height for the first part. Again, marginally incomplete in the pike itself if we are being very specific. Naomi Litchi, 17 years old. She was 5th at the European Championships last year. So both girls right on up there, and we'll be looking for more from this championship. Mara Hofer and Naomi Litchi representing Switzerland, with Nashville, Grandia Zed and Rita Bliske. Just the heavy off-center landing in her backwards turn. Great hip height. And the vault on from Naomi. Marginally late, again, we see in the turn. And the judges really having to find these small points in order to split who is where in our standings. Mia Klöge representing Germany, scoring a 7.362, coming into 7th place so far. So once again, she did have that little bit of a hard landing in her backwards scissors and a bit of a wobble in stand, leading her to be slightly lower down in the leaderboard in 7th. That said, she is only 0.2 from the leader right now. So really, it's going to be all to play for. It's going to be such an exciting class. I think nobody could pick who is going to be coming out on top in this junior female class. The talent is huge. And another of our contenders, Giorgia Verisco, representing Italy. She will be competing with Laura Carnabucci and Rosenstolz. 17 years old. comfortable start, a little bit piked through her turn in the forward scissors. And not completely turned by the time she's sitting back forwards again from her backwards. Rosenstolz really nicely far out on the circle, of course. A very well known and excellent horse, Rosenstolz. Final exercise, first part flank, slightly off the top for the handstand before piking. But a very good test for Giorgia Varisco from Italy, with Rosenstolz and Laura Carnabucci. As we continue through these junior females, the leaderboard is consistently changing. However, for the time being, Josephine Vedel Sondergaard Nielsen remains at the top, 7.577. Mara Höfer, we just saw her from Switzerland, 7.075, taking her into 11th place so far. And she competed alongside Naomi Litchi, who's gone straight into second, 7.556. Excellent score there from judge at B, 8.0. For Naomi Litchi. So currently Denmark stays within the lead only just. Then Switzerland and Naomi Litchi, second place so far, 7.556. Clara Ludwigsek for Austria currently in third place, and that's pushed Ocean Gehan into fourth. That said, all of our top four thus far are sitting on a 7.5 something. So there is nothing between them. We will return to Switzerland now. Leonie Linsbichler, lunged by Simone Ebi, and competing on Donatus V. D. Ulfenberg. Leonie, 17 years old, finished 14th place at the Junior European Championship last year. Good high start. Slightly off the handstand there, leading to a heavy landing both from her forwards and backwards. Both could have been lighter in landing on the back pad. I think we had a little hop with both feet in the stand. And a nice finish for Leonie Linsbichler. having those feet within her stand certainly will reduce that score slightly. They did only hop a fraction and then remained there. However, that might drop her score for the stand more around the 6-ish, which is not what we're looking for in the high levels of ranking. However, some other excellent compulsories to draw that score back up again. Georgia Verisco, who we saw just before on Rosenstolz. Her score, 7.509. Straight into 5th place. Look at the horse score there, 7.4, 7.5. Really excellent scores for Rosenstolz. Mid to high 7s from most of the technical judges. A great start for Italy and Georgia Verisco. So another of our top athletes sitting on 7.5. We now have 5 of them all on that 7.5 score. And we will now see the final German competitor in this junior female class here at the FEI Vaulting World Championships for juniors. Laura C. Müller, 17 years old. And she comes in with Forever and Alexander Zebrak. This is her first time representing Germany at a championship. She competed at the CVI Villa Santa in Italy this year and finished in 5th position. In her flag. Just a little bit lower in the flexibility than some of the other females we've seen this morning. Smoothly through both forwards and backwards scissors. Nice and high up into the handstand for that first part flank. Very pleased with her competition. A great smooth round for Laura C. Müller for Germany. And we'll see where that puts her on our leaderboard. We're focusing a lot on the vaulters exercises, 75% of the score. Remember, the other 25% is coming from the horse score, which can have a huge impact on scores.
Now, for our next course, I would kindly ask to ask for no clapping of the hands. It's a little sensitive.
Backward scissors.
Some
excellent height. Not hugely above 90 degrees, but certainly making it past that mark. She had a little hesitation coming up into her stand. Very minor things, but we're looking for minor points and not the most precise first part flank of all that we've seen. And it was still an excellent test. And now we will move to Colombia. Isabella Berger, England, with Gladiator, VDH, and Marie Johansson. Isabella, the only Colombian representative in this class, 15 years old. This is her first individual championship. Did compete as part of the Colombian squad in Le Mans in 2016 at the Senior Championship. On the turn, but fully turned when she came around. And working very nicely on top of this combination. Marie Johansson in the middle and Gladiator. And a lovely clean start to her competition here in Niflinge. Isabella Berger, England, representing Colombia. And then we have had another change at the top of our leaderboard once again. Leonie Linsbichler from Switzerland has gone straight into the top. 7.589. So Switzerland take the lead on 7.5. Followed by Denmark, then followed by Austria. And there we have our score. Slightly lower on the horse score than some of the other ones we've seen. 7069. Not massively lower, but a little bit. But it's the exercises, her exercises, that have really pushed her up there. And given that she did have that little bit of a hop in her stand, it's a great score for Leonie. We move to our third combination from Poland. Juliana Kaminska. And she's going to be competing on Bastian, lunged by Tomasz Ogonowski. (15 years old). And once again, this is her first championship. And she competed at the CVI in Shuttle and Samarin, both together with Bastian and Thomas Ogonowski. Lovely, neat job by Juliana Kaminska. A little bit fast, possibly, through the first few exercises. Could be that there are a counting error or time fault in there somewhere. However, very nice backwards scissors. A little bit of a step on the way up into her stand. It will not affect the score very much, albeit the judge does still consider the build-up and down of those exercises. Now, if we to the scoreboard again, I have the score now for Laura Seemuller representing Germany. 7.277 was her score from this test. There we go. Nice and even across the exercise scores. Again, possibly on the lower side of some of the horse scores we've seen. That's it, averaging around about a 7 on the horse score. That's very good. And then Isabella Boger, England, 6.169 for Colombia. So that takes her into the 38th place so far. It's such a tough competition, not a lot in it between any of these girls. So we now have the top 6 all sitting on that 7.509. We have the score for Juliana Kaminska, 6.785 into 22nd place so far. A little bit of a difference in some of those scores. Judge D and F certainly not agreeing on something. Once again, it does depend on where in the circle they are sitting and what they manage to see from their vantage point. And that is the bonus of having so many judges, to get a really even view of what's going on for the benefit of the vaulters. One more for Italy. Greta Yemigani with Kevin Monius and Johnny. Greta is 15 years old. And representing Italy for the first time as an individual. She did compete in Pas de Deux, previously in Capichvar at the championship, and in Le Mans in 2021 at the championship, both Pas de Deux. This is her first championship individual start. scissors. And complete the forwards turn. A little bit of a step within the stand. And just lacking some arm extension towards the top of her first part flank. Still great energy. Nice and smooth on the way down. That lack of arm extension just causing her center of gravity to be more towards the croup of the horse and a bit faster and therefore heavier on the landing from her first.
For Sweden, on the horse Sense with Longe Anna Andersson. Tack så mycket, Signe. Participant representing Belgium is Sar Bormans on Hermes, and the Longe is Dirk Bormans. Just give them a few seconds to get ready, and that we are in phase with the clock. Next, for Austria, we have Katharina Feldhofer on Boccaccio. Stephanie Hillman-Kowald is the launcher. Danke, Katharina. From Norway, Hanna Wildermuth from the United States, and Linda van Noordenburg from Canada. And they will all three perform the horse Wallis. Nieke de Wolf is the launcher.
stand just a little bit together in her knees there. And not quite making up to that handstand in the swing exercises. Once again, a different horse to her normal horse from home that she has borrowed for this combination. All three of the girls have. And now Linda van Noordenburg, representing Canada. Nice jump force, good hip height in the vault on. Lacking a little bit of drive from her heels for the height in that first part. Scissor. Good turn in the backwards. The horse has definitely settled now since the first vaulter. Smooth, albeit not all the way to handstand for the final first part of flank there for Linda van Noordenburg for Canada, along with Hannah Wildermuth from the United States of America and Ella Bryn Smogeli representing Norway, and they were all competing with Nenke de Wulf on Wallace. Wallace just not 100% settled here for the start for Ella's compulsory test. She did a good job though, still getting plenty of energy up into the first part of flank. And the horse pace possibly just driving the centre of gravity back in Hannah's vault on. Very nice through the top of the backward scissor. Just moving forwards in her body towards the end. And then Linda van Noordenburg for Canada. Again, good with the hip turn and energy through her arms. Just not quite the height that she would have desired for both of those swinging exercises. And once again, so difficult when you're going on a different horse. The surcingle is in a slightly different position as to normal, depending on the withers. And it takes a little bit of getting used to. But there we go, Austria, Katharina Feldhofer, 6.988. That collapse in her first part of flank definitely will have impacted her score, along with a slightly lower horse score than some we've seen, around about 6.5 for horse score there. Ella Bryn Smogeli representing Norway, 6.061. That takes her into 44th. Again, we take a little look at the horse score, slightly lower, and we did know the horse wasn't as settled as it could be for Ella's compulsory test. Hannah Wildermuth, 6.594 into 34th place so far. We only have 5 more competitors to see in this female competition here at the FEI World Championships for Juniors. Linda van Noordenburg, 6.633, taking her into 32nd place so far. There is not a lot in it. 56 competitors. The scores are incredibly close. Now our top 6 remain on 7.5 something. Leonie Linsbichler at the top, Josephine Vedel Sondergaard Nielsen, Clara Ludwigsek, Naomi Lissi, Oceania Han and Georgia Varescu, all on 7.5. And our final French woman of the morning, Melis Marmin, with Marina Dupont-Juston and Vegas Duhans. Melis, 17 years old. Competed at the World Championships for Juniors in 2021 and then finished 11th at the European Championships last year in Kapushvar. Slightly off the alignment of the arm and the leg compared with the horse's spine from our angle. Moving very well with the horse. Cleanly all the way into handstand. Partially turned at the top of the forward scissors. Well executed backward scissor turn. And a confident stand, albeit I think there was a little bit of tension through her feet and knees. It was a very nice first part flank. Could have been closed a fraction tighter in the pike if we are being incredibly picky, but it was incredibly gentle. So I think we're looking towards the upper end of our scoreboard once more now for Melis Marvin of France. Much given away for those judges. It was her excellent finish. Just the partial turn, the first part scissors, and a little bit of lacking elevation in her mill. But we will see what the judges have to say about that. 4 competitors remain. And next we will have 2 on the same horse. Brigitta Sipkerecki and Manuela Bastos Delgado, representing Hungary and Brazil. And we'll welcome Cornelia Radatz into the arena once more, this time lunging Belasco. Brigitta Spereki, representing Hungary, 16 years old, our only Hungarian junior female individual, and Manuela Bastos Delgado for Brazil. Manuela, 17 years old, competed at the Junior World Championships in 2021. Brigitte competed at the Junior European Championships last year, finishing in 29th. In the first part, so there's very nice in the second, albeit a little bit landing towards the outside. And our heels coming up towards the end of that stand had been looking pretty good. A lovely first part of flank. Brigitte borrowing this horse for the competition. As well as Manuela. Once again, some excellent hip height from the jump force. Clean start through these compulsories for Manuela. Lacking a little bit of the turn at the top. Great height, but once again, slight delay on the turn coming down to land in the backward scissors. Not much in her stand. And a super swing up for the first part of flank. A little bit quick on the pike down, but a really great start to the competition for Manuela Bastos Delgado from Brazil. Excellent outfit as well. And also Brigitte Kasperecki from Hungary, both vaulting on Belasco with Cornelia Radatz on the lunge. The score for Melis Marmin of France. She goes into 7th place so far, and that is a 7.464. So only just behind that leading group of 7.5. 7.5 is still the score to beat. Two more committers remain in this morning's session here in Flinge.
and Antonia Meyerhofer.
Our next competitor representing Austria, Antonia Meyerhofer. And she will be coming into the ring with Maria Lehrmann and Shivas. A combination that have been working together internationally anyway since April last year. So with only 2 vaulters left to go, without a doubt, overnight, Leonie Lindspichler for Switzerland will be in one of those top 3 spots. She is our current leader on 7.589. 1 to go from Austria and 1 to go from the Netherlands. Could see those positions change. Now at 15 years old, this is Antonia's first individual championship representing Austria. She finished 2nd at the CVI in Stradalpaura this year. Shivas, her horse, won in Kapishvar last year, the winning junior female with Anna Weidenauer, again with Maria Lehrmann, and representing Austria. So top quality horse we have here for Antonia Meyerhofer. Beautiful flag. Very nice alignment and shape. Great turn, very, very slightly off the top. Hesitant on the way up into her stand, but comfortable and solid once she got there. And a nice first part flank all the way up to handstand. Marginally incomplete closure of her pike, but that was an excellent set of compulsories from Antonia Meyerhofer for Austria. And we will wait keenly to see what that's done to our leaderboard. Not quite as much elevation in her mount as some of the other females have had. And again, marginally off the top in her forward scissor. The rest, however, was a very clean and well executed compulsory round. So we have one competitor remaining for this morning's competition. Puk van Ierland representing the Netherlands. She will be vaulting on Kaiser Chief, lunged by Anne Proust. Years old. And this is her first championship start for the Netherlands. Of harmony just coming through the end of her mill. Good energy in the forwards scissors. Once again, losing the harmony towards the end of her backwards scissors. Chief moving very well, lacking tension unfortunately, just striving to get that top swing in her first part of flank, which will be penalised unfortunately by the judges, and every little helps here. This competition is so tight. A little bit disappointing for her just for that final first part flank. Great job from the team of Puk van Ierland, Kaiser Chief and Anne Proust representing the Netherlands. And they will complete our competition here at the FEI World Championships for juniors. And what a morning it has been. The standard has been exceptional. The margins are minimal. And it's all to play for. We're almost starting at zero when we come into the freestyle on Thursday. Now, the score for Antonia Meyerhofer from Austria, 7.450. That's Brigitte Kasperecki on your screen just now. It's 6.907 for the Hungarian, 23rd place so far. That's a great score for your championship compulsories. Shows you the level of competition here. 23rd on 6.9. Manuela Bastos Delgado, 7.289. She's in 12th thus far. That was a very great round from Manuela. She looked really, really good. And some nice horse scores in there for Manuela as well. And here we have it. Antonia Meyerhofer, 7.450, puts her into the 8th spot so far. It is so tight at the top. 10th place, currently, Nora Sandberg Muller for Sweden, 7.423. First place, Leonie Linslichler for Switzerland, 7.589. There is only 0.14 currently between the leader and 10th place. That is how tight it is. That is how exciting it's going to be when we return to these competitors on Thursday for their freestyle. Currently though, we will wait for that last score to come in, but we will resume with you for the junior squad compulsory test here at the FEI World Championships for Juniors at 2:30 p.m. And we'll see you for those compulsories then.